Hey everybody, this is Rydo, and we are back to another live stream of Hearthstone. Today is Friday. It is 5:26. I am starting rather late for probably a good reason this time. I stayed up last night recording other games instead of just stupid reasons, usually of insomnia or just oversleeping. It's August 18th. We've got 3 daily quests on everything. Trying something new on the live chat, and that got me distracted, and so I've been sitting here for too long. Of course, YouTube is just not announcing to me, the person who is subscribed to my own channel, the person who's streaming. It's not telling me when I'm live anymore, so I don't know. I guess I need to stop complaining about it. It seems like other people find that I'm online somehow, whether they're doing it by friending me or following me on Twitter. Those things still should be going out. YouTube live streaming is also very weird about every single time trying to trick you into not monetizing the live stream, which is no way to run a business, certainly. We need to win 5 games with the Hunter twice over and play some Priest class cards. And we've got a new Tavern Brawl. Yesterday we streamed the week 2 of the Knights of the Frozen Empire. Encounter at the Crossbow, random class, and deck. Okay, we don't even get to pick, so just hop in here and play. Alright. That means I can do this week's Tavern Brawl also on the European and Asian accounts. Maybe I'll do that during the Silent Post show, which is becoming more solidified as a thing, as much as people kind of hate it. I know people hate it when I'm not talking. I know people hate it when I'm not responding to the chat. Yesterday, as I was doing the special event for Knights of the Frozen Throne, lots of people were chatting, and some of them saw the introduction at the beginning telling people that, look, I'm not going to look at the chat until the end. Some of them did not see that and were complaining that I wasn't responding immediately to the chat. Some people came to my defense. Thank you for those people. I did go and read everything afterwards, so you were heard. You just weren't responded to, if that means anything to anybody. Give a minion +2 attack this turn. Well, let's try this. Apparently YouTube recommends a program, which is a cloud-based program called Nightbot, for the chat moderation, and it doesn't quite have the feature that I would like it to have, which is when somebody says hello, I say hello back, but alright. That's kind of the only real thing it's missing. The only thing I set up right now is every 30 minutes it's going to come into the chat and just give direct links to my channel. Summon a random minion that costs that much. There we go. We've got a decent amount of news to do today, but also I would inherently, I guess, I'm always trying to limit the amount of time I'm talking and the amount of time I'm playing Hearthstone. The amount of time has grown a little bit, actually quite a lot in the past couple days, because I've been playing Hearthstone on ranked play when nobody is watching, just because I've been unable to record. I've been waiting for the Hearthstone expansion to come out, so I'd check every hour and then go play a game or two of ranked play. I'm also trying to get up to higher ranks. I've made it to 18. That's not as high as I would like it to be. And So yeah, the amount of hours I've been putting into Hearthstone in the past month is ridiculous. It certainly hurt me right at a time when I didn't need to be hurt as far as recording. I stayed up all last night playing a game called Submerged. Submerged is a very sad game in the sense that I've wanted to play it for 2 years. It's always been a little too expensive. Buying a new game is a hard thing to justify when there's so many older games that are just maybe 3 or 4 years old that you can get at least 50% off. In fact, Mass Effect Andromeda, I believe right now, is 50% off, and that's incredibly early in that instance, but not amazingly surprising because Mass Effect Andromeda had so many problems and it has so much bad press. They're just probably fire clearancing the whole thing. But I really wanted to play Submerge. Submerge looks rather nice, but there's literally no game in it. You can beat the game in about 2 hours if you just want to do the basic 9 collectible things. It's a flooded, I would say, version of Manhattan. Maybe not actually Manhattan, because there's I imagine 36 buildings in the entire map, and you get in a boat, you go to one building, you find a specific spot where you can start climbing on the building, and each building is an Assassin's Creed climbing puzzle. On the buildings, there are 60 collectibles throughout the game. On the water, there's, I believe, 24 upgrades to your boat that gives you a boost. That's a completely useless thing.
I feast upon the
and that's all there is to it. There's literally no violence. There's literally no enemies. There's no real story other than a very simplistic pictorial story that you get as you collect the main 9 collectibles in the game. At the end, it implies something in the phrasing, like the main character is going to do something rather awful, and really it's just a mistranslation, and so nothing awful happens. And at the end of the game, I'm like, I like these characters, and I wish they would just leave and go play a real game, be in a real game. Submerged honestly would have been better as a free demo to set up for a 60-hour Zelda Wind Waker style game, or platformer, or maybe even a fishing game. Like, there's elements in there you could have done. You could have done a fishing minigame. You could have done locks on doors. You could have done some platforming. You could have had a chase sequence or two. There are creatures, so one of those creatures in the world could have been
Heed the call of Cthulhu.
Let's see.
Fade away.
Yeah, one of the creatures in the game could have been slightly malicious and chase after you. The game looks good, but it's mostly just a Unity-based game with 3 characters, so it's not too difficult to make it look good. And the building animation suffers a lot in places. It's repetitive and not as detailed. And so I'm rather disappointed kind of building it up and wanting to play this game for 2 years, and just really had to make a special effort to purchase it during the Steam Summer Sale. I almost certainly paid more for Submerged than I could have for a dozen other games, and it didn't deliver. In the end, it just bored me, and that's potentially just a middle of the road game. That's the kind of game I would give a 5-2 to start off with, because it's an average game at best. Then I would probably think about taking a point off at least, because it's only at most 5 hours of playing very OCD and getting all the collectibles. And this guy is playing really badly. Excuse me. And so I'd give it a 4 for being short. I would probably take another point off for the fact that the collectibles have to be marked on the map using a telescope method. So you, at many points, need to pull out a telescope and do a full 360 looking around the area. And I could never get a direct feel if you needed the telescope to actually see the object, or if you just needed to be in a relatively close distance and pointed in a particular area. So throughout the whole short game, I never could learn to trust the telescope as a detector. Most games, just by default, if you're near something, it pops up on the mini-map. Here, I know for a fact I drove by things and they weren't mapped. The map itself unlocks as you boat around, so to have a fully unlocked map, even after you've beaten the game, you would have to go you would have to go backwards and forwards over and over again. Let's see. By the light. So it really irritated me. I don't know if I'd want to call it a 2 as a game. I would almost want to, in my own personal numbering system, I'd almost want to leave 1s, 2s, and 0s for games that are broken frustration messes. Like an unplayable game like the original Hitman, for example, should be rated on my scale today as a 0 because it's technically unplayable. And I would revise its rating if I was to play it some more once it actually was playable. But maybe, yeah, I don't know why I would make an unplayable game anything more than but a 0. I'd be more willing to invent negative numbers if there was a game worse than a game that you literally couldn't play. But yeah.
Jaina versus Gul'dan. Your soul shall be mine.
Let's go ahead and go through the news. I'm imagining it being Friday, it being so late, and YouTube being YouTube, we won't get much people in the comments. All the people that wanted me to chat with me yesterday are now gone. Getting a lot of views for the new expansion, I always do. Sadly, monetization on some of them. There was also a weird twist of events that happened where the video I uploaded and labeled and scheduled got its information swapped with a different video, and so for a few seconds the a few minutes, the wrong video was released. But I fixed it and it's fine. Between the streams and the edited versions of the same video, I am adding more views to my channel in total. I don't know if that's particularly the best system to use. However, man, I could have saved this, healed this, played this for free.
It's playtime.
I'm still trying to figure out if I'm ever going to be able to play this. With a random deck, you have no idea. Like, do I have one 2-cost minion in my deck? Or do I have 23? Deep Silver has agreed to publish Shenmue 3 on PlayStation 4 and PC, which isn't really much news other than to say that Sega Sammy, I think, makes Shenmue, isn't doing that, which is a little weird. The deck has no 4-cost minions. Lifesteal.
Cthulhu! 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 Again!
Shenmue 3, I suppose, is more real now. If that's the case. The third largest ISP, internet service provider in the United States, Cox Communications. It's Cox, C-O-X, if you're not familiar with it. They're the third largest, and I think they typically try to stay out of any markets where they compete with AT&T or Verizon, which would be almost certainly the first and second largest internet service providers. And AT&T and Verizon don't compete in the same markets too, so all three of the main three internet service providers have carved up the United States as a triopoly instead of a monopoly. None of these are... anyways, Cox Communications, before net neutrality has even been destroyed, which is what they're trying to do, has already said that they're going to start charging some of their customers $50 extra per month for unlimited data. So you're already probably paying more than $50 in the United States for some sort of internet that was unlimited before, and they've made new rules and changed what was internet unlimited to not be unlimited, and said, oh, if you really want unlimited, you're now going to have to pay even more. Let's just go ahead and play this. So nearly doubling people's bills, and a lot of the people probably won't actually even need unlimited now, but they certainly will later. This is effectively the internet service provider trying to make you pay for cable TV if you don't really want to pay for cable TV. The minions cost 2 more. Well, let's not play that first. Sonic Mania is the highest rated Sonic game in 15 years, which is kind of great news. I'm not a huge fan of Sonic. I inherently don't think the original Sonic games are that good because of just game design. But I understand people like it, and I would play Sonic for about 20 minutes to an hour before I got frustrated with it. And Sonic Mania is effectively redoing what fans loved with the original Sonic series, not the 3D Sonic series that came later. And the reason why it's redoing that and it's succeeding is because Sega literally just hired Sonic fans to make the game. They did something that companies in general should do a lot more of. They admitted to themselves, they looked deep into their own soul and said, we don't know how to make a fun Sonic game. We've been trying for 15 years, probably longer, to do it. Every time they make a new Sonic game, they come up with new ideas, and then those new ideas get not iterated upon in the next game. So even if they do have a really cool idea for one, it doesn't get kept. Kind of in the opposite way, I would argue that the Mario games are. I would say, if you exclude Super Mario Bros. 2, which wasn't really a Mario game when it was being developed, the Super Mario Bros. 1 had mushrooms, fire powers. Super Mario Bros. 3 had more mushrooms, more fire powers, and then a tail and a whistle. The whistle itself didn't, I think, ever get used again, oddly, after Super Mario Bros. 3. But then you go to Super Mario 64, which might be the next true iteration of Super Mario. Super NES had Super Mario World, but that was slightly different, and Super Mario RPG, that was slightly different, and those became their own spin-offs with a whole line of series games, and there's still some Mario RPGs. But Super Mario 64, 3D, mushrooms, no fire powers, oddly. So they make some changes, I guess. I guess my argument's not as valid as I thought it was, but also they kind of implement and improve. Mario 64 introduced 3D, and we've used 3D for Mario games. Sonic, I don't think, did that. Like, I think Sonic more drastically at least, changed things in between each game and had no consistency. It was always rebooting the series effectively, and that just didn't really work. Moving on, since I'm not making a very good argument about Sonic. Obviously, I don't know enough about Sonic. I'm not a huge fan. I don't think there's enough fans out there, but I'm very happy to see it succeed. The creator of Deadly Premonition, he was going to have a new game come out, and it came out, and it's called The Good Life. It's an RPG set in an English town where people turn into cats at night. They have a weird form of werewolfism, lycanthropy, where they turn into cats instead of wolves. And I think it's probably just going to be a weird, light-hearted RPG game. But knowing Deadly Premonition, it probably could go in some crazy ways. It looks a lot more like a kid's game, though. It looks like Professor Layton or something like that, which seems a little odd. There's a very large disconnect with this game compared to his other creations. Deadly Premonition and then D4 Dark Dreams Don't Die are adult-oriented in the sense that it's a mature adult character that you're playing as, dealing with mature adult themes, and this honestly looks like it's something you would target to a 14-year-old. And also, it doesn't start with D, so it's not part of his, it's not following his naming scheme, which I don't know if that was something he was planning on doing or not, but I don't know. My guess is he needed the money. He was assigned a job, and so he did it. Or maybe he just had a change of hearts. It wouldn't be the first time that a creator of something decided he wanted to go in a different direction with his career. Speaking of going in different directions, Shadow of War has a mobile game version that is coming out, on top of adding loot chests to the main game. So already, I mean, this may be the best case ever for a game you can write off that has ever happened. Like, we've seen things like Deus Ex Mankind Divided with the pre-order, choose your own pre-order garbage, and people have backlashed immediately against that. But never has a game come out with so much sleazy WB elements
Reporting for duty.
already in it. I assume the mobile game, it looks like garbage. It's a top-down, turn-based RPG, it looks like. I assume the mobile game is going to have microtransactions. I assume it's just there to make more money. So microtransactions on the phone, microtransactions in the main game. This game is going to suck so bad. Maybe if they got rid of all of those things and focused on an actual game, and maybe the actual developers are focusing on the game, and like in Mankind Divided, and then it's WB CEO people that are saying put in all these microtransactions. If that turned out to be the case, and somewhere around there, some like year after the game comes out and fails, they say, look, well, let's just re-release this. Let's take out all the microtransactions. Let's do a game of the year. Put all the DLC together, and make this an actual game worth playing. Maybe then I'd want to play it. But right now, I am so far away from wanting to play the sequel. The first game wasn't that much. It was just done very well. And sadly, sometimes that's all you need to be one of the best games that comes out of year, is just have a good gameplay mechanic, be fun. Kind of the thing Submerged was completely missing, is there was a good gameplay mechanic of killing orcs and taking control of their minds in Shadow of Mordor, and that's all we needed to do. Let's see. Discover, spell damage. Give your opponent a mana crystal. After you cast a spell. Oops. Let's discover this.
Choose soon.
Let's see, how do we want this to go? There we go. I would highly recommend, based on just the initial behavior, not to buy this game. It is Shadow of War. Middle of Shadow of War is a dumpster fire of a game already. It doesn't deserve to succeed. The only way CEOs are going to get this lesson is that the game does not sell anything at all, and they're still probably not going to get the lesson, but inherently, the only thing we can do as a consumer is help companies go out of business. Because they just don't learn. Like, that's just the truth of it. CEOs, people that make concepts of putting loot chests in a game that has no business having loot chests, will not learn. They can either lose their job and go to another company, or their company can fall apart. In the meantime, all as a consumer we can do is not buy the game and potentially have the entire team of people that actually made the game get laid off, and then hope and cross our fingers that they'll go work for a different company or make their own company that actually is smart enough to know why the previous company didn't work. Has that worked greatly in the video game industry? No. We have several examples of this just not being the case. But there's kind of nothing else you can do. I don't think Cliff Bleszinski's Lawbreakers, for example, is going to be a major success, and that he's learning from the things that he couldn't do in his previous company. I don't think Double Fine. Well, I don't know if really the people running Double Fine ever worked for a large company. THQ Nordic might be the best example of this, where THQ drove its own business into the ground, and Nordic Games is buying the licenses and trying to undo the issues it had before. Right, this is 6. Can I play one more? No, so that's...
What do we have here?
2 damage.
Here we go.
Moving on, so we have a lot of news. It's a little weird news too when we get down to the bottom. But one story in particular, Mass Effect Andromeda is heavily on sale, 50% off. That's, like I said, a fire clearance. They are clearly wiping their hands of that game, and they're going to probably wait a couple years and try a new Mass Effect series. The game Hello Neighbor is delayed till December. The important thing I think you should take from that, though, is it's already on early access. I was watching people play the beta of Hello Neighbor, which only had like the first act in it, at least 6 months ago, and it was popular on YouTube for maybe a couple weeks, maybe a month, and now it has completely been forgotten. So that game, like, at best case, they add a ton to it, and let's see, they add a ton to the gameplay. They change the name. They find some way to interest anybody in actually playing it. And I'm not getting this Tavern Brawl done anymore. Very fast. Well, just keep going through the news as we're doing the Tavern Brawl, and see if anybody came on, or if anybody just helped me with the 5 hunter victories. That would speed up this process significantly. For Honor has updated itself to fix the exploit that the person won $10,000, I believe, to in that contest. I believe that's the patch that the exploit they fixed. I'm not 100% certain. Really a great example of why For Honor should have been delayed. I'm growing more and more to believe that the Western world of video game design should adopt the Japanese world of concept of release it when it's done, and who cares if you miss a release date. I imagine all of that really boils down to more companies being mostly privately held in Japan. But For Honor shouldn't have game-breaking exploits or to the point where you're having contests and tournaments to try to advertise a game nobody really wants to even play because it's not well thought out or interesting. And so yeah, they spent money organizing that contest instead of spending money fixing the bug. That's just terrible priority. H1Z1 has been renamed Just Survive. It's still in early access since 2015, however, so they're really just changing their name to get away from bad press of the H1Z1. And actually, in this article, I learned that the King of the Hill mod for H1Z1, which I had heard a little bit about too, but not really paying a massive amount of attention for either of the games. Turns out King of the Hill mod got spun off as its own game, and then I think that spin-off got spun off again to PlayerUnknown Battlegrounds. So Battlegrounds in itself is, if I said that right, I don't know if I did, it's not just this game out of nowhere that gained popularity naturally. It's more an example of people have been playing H1Z1, I think because it was free a lot. Then they moved on to King of the Hill, or King of the Kill. I don't remember what the subtitle is. And then they moved on to Battlegrounds, and that makes a lot more sense why Battlegrounds is the most popular game right now on Steam, because there is a grown community of people who just wanted to play that style of game. Let's just go ahead and do this. Kevin Wu comes on the chat saying hello. Hello, Kevin Wu. Talk about a blast from the past in the news. The Sims 4 is releasing more content called the Toddler Stuff Pack, coming August 24th. And I find that rather amazing. Really, really amazing that they're still making Sims 4 content. I imagine for people that are playing The Sims, they can milk those type of players for quite a long time, since yeah, I could see people playing The Sims and enjoying that gameplay mechanic. I would say they are probably a smaller group than ever before, but it makes sense. If somebody wanted to play a life simulation management game, I would still tell people to play The Sims. There's not been any real competition. We get an epic. And we'll see if we already have that. Kevin Wu asks, do I need help with anything? Absolutely. All 5 cards get turned into dust, so we're... Why do I have less dust? Did I create something? I thought I had more dust than that. Absolutely. I need 5 Hunter victories and then play 50 Priest cards. It's easy enough to do. with the 500 victories. Let's see. So send me a friend request, and we'll play that. I don't think Kevin Wu is tragic. I think he's tactic torn, but it's hard to keep everybody straight, particularly since some people have different names on YouTube than they do on things. Yeah, YouTube snuck a lot of people into using their real names with Google Plus in their accounts and all of that. So, are you on EU? Not right now. Oh, you're on EU? I'm tech torn. There he is. Like, and I sadly will only remember that for a little bit. I needed Hunter because there's just so many people that friend me, and my memory is really bad. I'm trying a new chat mod that I haven't seen actually do anything yet, but one of the abilities is to add people that are normal, that come on chat a lot as like special people, long timers, I think is what it was called, to in some way label or recognize people on the chat. And maybe if I found a second, I would see if I can add Kevin Wu to that. And this cloud-based app may very well just add people automatically. Do you need to win with honors? Yes, I do. I need 5 wins. Moving on with the news, We Happy Few is coming out April 13th at double the price, published by Gearbox. And my thought there is mostly is there actually going to be good content in We Happy Few? Because We Happy Few has been in this early access. It's not been a very interesting game. It has a nice aesthetic, and they've already sold that aesthetic to try and make a movie, but it's not really the game. The game is not there. So the movie may come out and say it's based on the hit video game, and people could easily make the argument it's not a hit video game. There is some irony there that I'll have to look up and get more information on it, but Jim Sterling was supposedly a voice actor in We Happy Few. He wasn't happy with the quality of it. He shouldn't have ever been in the game in the first place, because that's simply not ethical to work for people who you're criticizing. He was going to not actually review the game, but in a lot of ways that just kind of makes it worse, because the game needs to be critically reviewed for being bad, at least as it is. So they potentially took his voice out, but if they didn't take his voice out, then his voice will be in a game published by Gearbox, and he hates Gearbox for almost a silly reason of ruining Aliens Colonial Marines. But I mean, stick to your convictions, I suppose. So I'll be interested to see when We Happy Few comes out, if it's actually a game. It's almost certainly hurt itself by being early access. And it didn't really sell itself as what it actually was, so it's kind of a problem there too. Let's see. THQ Nordic has announced the Black Mirror reboot. The Black Mirror is a point-and-click adventure game that I was going to cover and still plan on. There's 3 of them. I'm pretty sure it's a point-and-click. It may just be an adventure. And I honestly didn't think they were going to do anything with it. It's not an incredibly old series, so I figured they would just maybe make a Black Mirror 4 eventually, if they were going to do anything. But instead they're going with a full reboot, and that's quite the surprise. THQ Nordic continues to surprise me. Dangerously, they might be doing the exact thing that put THQ out of business though, which is overspending and overcommitting. So they do need to keep an eye out for that. I was going to play the Black Mirror series and plan to eventually, just because the Netflix TV series The Black Mirror is popular, and almost certainly that will get me some random people on my channel. In the same way that the Game of Thrones video game from Telltale got me some random views of people looking for Game of Thrones videos on YouTube. Darn it, redemption. There we go. And I imagine that's also why THQ is rebooting it too. Is they're gonna get some extra advertising just by it being called the Black Mirror. As it stands, I don't think you can copyright the phrase the Black Mirror, so you're gonna be able to get away with that. Let's see. Thanks. Peter Molyneux's game, The Trail Frontier Challenge, is now on Steam. I think this game kind of deserves a checkout when it's cheaper. It's too expensive right now, but Peter Molyneux has done a lot of bad things in the past of overselling games and doing things like the creators of No Man's Sky. Oh, I am such an idiot.
By the holy light.
I'm such an idiot. Wasn't paying attention enough. I'm covering the news instead of playing the game. But for him to undersell that game, realize what it was, and make a good game and not say that it was the best game ever. Try it out in a small market, experiment with it, see how it goes, and then expand it to a larger market. It was a cell phone game originally, and now it starts as now it's on Steam. I don't particularly like that concept, but it's all right. If you make a good game and it runs on a cell phone, and then you make it a better version of it on a regular Steam PC, that's okay. So I think him learning his lessons should be rewarded a little bit. by people who's willing to well, to reward that regardless of whether the game is actually that interesting to them. But I mean that's kind of just trying to impose justice in the video game industry that will never be. Kevin Wu asks, what's my rank? I think I'm at rank 19 standard right now. But I made it up to 18, and then I've been struggling up and down on 19. Moving on with the news, PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds is going to patch less often, and the new features are going to come out more polished going forward, which, okay, fair enough, however the developers want to do it. This game inherently is not going to come out in like a 1.0 version, probably before people have moved on to the next game. Maybe not. Maybe Pug is the next Counter-Strike, CSGO game, and it will be played for years and years and years. But I wouldn't also be surprised if as soon as it comes out in 1.0 all of the interest has died in it. That's kind of what happened to Kerbal Space Program too. They failed to finish the game before selling the game, and then they tried to sell the game a second time as a 1.0 release, and it didn't really work. The developers of a game called Town of Light have decided to donate a quarter of all their sales, their digital sales, to a mental health charity, which actually is probably rather a lot, particularly if you believe the claims of video game creators, and I kind of do, that it is incredibly expensive to make video games, and you can't just do it in a basement with one person, which sorta, depending on the polish. So to give away 25% of all your digital sales for any amount of time, and particularly in the initial thing, it's not just an advertisement. It's an advertisement that's going to cost you money. That is between the 16th of August and the 6th of September too. So they're talking a couple of weeks of sales, early game sales. So I have to applaud that. It's nice to see somebody actually do something. So often you see companies that say, if you buy, well, I guess this company is making that same statement, is if you buy our game, we'll give $1 to some charity. I guess maybe that's what it is it might just be a tax write-off. But why would they need such a tax write-off? I've never seen a video game company say need to donate to charity in massive amounts. I guess if it comes down between we have to give this game away for free because nobody will pay for it, and we have already done the market testing that tells us that, or we can try and sell this game and give it away and give some of the proceeds to charity. Maybe then Maybe that's what it is. The Town of Light as a game I don't know anything about, so it might be pretty awful. Kevin Wu, 1 second, I want to break up the recording and then we'll play again. Stay tuned if you're watching live. As always, I ask you to like, share, subscribe, comment, and watch every second of my videos. If you want to friend or follow me on basically any social media sites, there's a whole bunch of links down below. Thank you for watching. Have a good evening. Hey everybody, this is Rydo and we are back to another live stream of Hearthstone. We're playing Kevin Wu to get our daily quest done. Today is Friday and we started a little late, so I'm very lucky that he is willing to let me win. I need 5 victories with the Hunter, which would be a considerable amount of extra work without his assistance, and I need to play 50 Paladin cards, which is not as much work. You could do that playing just casual. You might have to play 8 games. Kevin Wu asks, why am I only at rank 19? Are you using a bad deck? Well, I think Kriperian kind of put it best in one of his YouTube excerpt videos that he puts out. A lot of the players on rank 20 you would think are new players for the new expansion on standard gameplay, but in actuality it's more accurate to guess, I would say, or maybe accurate's the wrong phrase. It's a better guess that the people at rank 20 are actually people that were playing Hearthstone since the beginning, got bored with it, and came back. So Kriperian himself, who is a much bigger YouTuber and I assume also a better player of Hearthstone than me, is having the exact same struggles that I'm having, because he hasn't been playing ranked and he got knocked down to rank 20, and he is playing against a lot of decks where people do random things. And when people do random things against a strategized deck, that only works when you know your opponent will do the right move, it's hard to win. And it's also hard to win when you're beating against other things. I am almost 100% playing my Murlocs deck, which does win, but I'm not playing it very much. It's not like I spend an extra 5 hours off screen playing Hearthstone. For the most part, I try not to do even touch Hearthstone when I'm not streaming. And so I've managed to make it to rank 18, but I'm struggling. Yeah. Kevin Wu says he likes to play Arena. I'm pretty sure he's higher than rank 5 now. Well, I don't know how we could know for certain, but last video I saw, he was at rank 20 and ranked. Maybe he's been playing a lot to succeed. And I know that, yes, he likes to play Arena, and there's a lot of people that aren't happy with the synergy picks that they've done in Arena. So they've changed Arena, and with the Knights of the Frozen expansion, they've pushed people away from playing Arena and into playing Ranked with the new expansion. So there's a lot of players there and a lot of competition. Those are many of the reasons / excuses for why I'm only at rank 19. The truth of it is you might easily just sweep all of that away and say, maybe I'm just not that good of a player. And maybe I don't pay attention because I'm covering news and talking to the chat that much. You saw earlier that I literally lost a game to Kevin Wu because I wasn't paying attention and he was letting me win. A lot of people say I misplay all over the place. Probably true. Like, A lot of times, though, people don't give the exact explanation on what the misplay was, so I'm not getting a teacher-student style feedback that I would need to learn from that. So if somebody just says I misplayed, okay, I'll say, yeah, probably. But without the details, I don't know. The chat delay is a problem, so people need to say, like, he misplayed when he played the boar. He should have played the hungry crab on turn 3. Things like that would be a lot more helpful. Like, you gotta dumb it down and teach it to me like a 2-year-old. But my goal is to get higher in ranked. I do want to play ranked. That's particularly why that is why I think that is my main goal, to get up in ranked and improve on all of that. Kevin Wu says the Peril Throws and Quest Druid, that's his new video for today, and he's ranked 4 in the beginning. He also has multiple accounts, so we might both be right too. He might be at rank 20 on the free-to-play account and rank 4 at the paid account. But maybe also he was at rank 20 on the video I saw a couple days ago, and he's played so much he's gotten up to rank 4. I can also explain his level of success on the fact that he buys thousands and thousands of card packs for his main content, his main account. His main account has all the cards. He bought over 1,000 card packs for Knights of the Frozen Throne. I didn't buy any with actual money, and still opened up 100. So I'm mostly free to play here. I think I may have bought the welcome bundle on the Americas account, but that would have been the only thing I have ever purchased. PC Gamer, getting back to the news, the PC Gamer says the Twitch app that they introduced does not do the basics better than Discord, so anybody that's into using Discord, which maybe I need to get into using Discord. I know people asked me to do it and I said I wasn't going to, but if this chatbot app integrates Discord into YouTube chat, and there's an integration, and it seems like it might, I need to do some more research, then there's a reason for me to hop on to that. It would be nice if I helped people that would prefer to use Discord to copy their comments backwards and forwards into YouTube chat. The video I was talking about on Cripperian was something along the lines of the woes of rank 20. Kevin Wu says, I don't know if you noticed, I'm ranked 5 right now with just the welcome bundle bot. I've been playing for about a year and I'm pretty active. I'm not very active, but I have noticed that some of my friends are very much higher than me. But this is also the first month I've ever even tried to get up in rank. So effectively, this is the month where I start trying. Everything up to this point has been daily quests, getting gold. So, ideally, fingers crossed, by the end of this month, we could get to 15 or higher. If I can get even the 16 or 17, that would be nice. But it comes down to some level of time management also. Hearthstone has another choose your champion thing, so if you go to their website, you can choose a champion and And from that, let's see, I need priest cards now. And so in this Hearthstone Choose Your Champion, I think there was a United States team, a South Korean team, or Korean team. Well, it doesn't include any North Koreans, but whatever. I think there may have been a Chinese team and a European team. So it was like a four-team invitational thing. I picked the Koreans because I always play. Yeah, we can play for fun now. I'm just trying to play for cards. Kevin Wu. Yeah, I don't like to compare myself to other people like that. Like, you're just gonna frustrate yourself, and this is a video game. It's not like I get a bonus. Not like YouTube pays me $1 million if I'm the best ranked 1 legendary. And I don't think I'd really be able to do that anyways. So yeah, I'm glad other people are more successful than me. Good for them. And I want to be more successful for myself. If it turns out at the end of the day that my level of success can only reach rank 10 and other people's level of success can reach rank 1, does it help anybody for me to be jealous? Or should I just be happy for my friends? I'd rather just be happy for my friends and not worry about it too much. Yeah, anyways, moving back to news, go to Hearthstone.com, choose your champion, potentially win 3 packs, or at the very least, I imagine you're going to get 1 pack. Crackdown 3 has been delayed to 2018. I think this is probably a great thing. Crackdown 3 is an obviously, how would you phrase it? Troubled development. It's not finished, and it's not a good game, I don't think, right now. And if they just rushed it out and to have it out there, I think that would be a mistake. I'd rather them do it right, because I really did like Crackdown 1, and Crackdown 2 wasn't awful. So I don't want it to slide and become even worse. Let's see.
Face the light.
This.
Face
And
the
then
light.
this. And then this.
In the light's name.
Spectacular.
I didn't play that right at all. I should have healed myself first, then attacked. Let's see. And I think I can end up with 1 more of these, but I don't have any real spells in the priest deck to have more than that. And of course, having the Primordial Drake, which is a card I wish I had, would be nice. Let's see. Will this kill it? No. Tencent, the Chinese mega video game company, has for the first time made more revenue based on mobile gaming versus PC gaming, which might be an indicator that people in China are getting more cell phones and more cell phone coverage. It also might say something bad for the entire video game industry in the long run if Tencent were to, say, immediately take that information and focus on just investing in and making mobile games. I'm kind of ambivalent about Tencent though, but it is, I think, true. I'm pretty sure Tencent owns League of Legends. So if you've maybe noticed that there have been more League of Legends ads on YouTube lately, that might be the reason right there. I suppose it's just something to keep an eye out and know how the industry is going. Your end of the turn effects trigger twice. Why do I even have that card?
Do you see?
Valve has said that they may start denying large key requests to developers if they want keys, for example, to give away or sell on third-party sites like G2A at a discount. They're kind of saying nothing, but kind of saying something at once. They don't have they didn't put out an official press release. This was just something on a discussion board, it looked like, and they needed to really put something out and saying, look, we're gonna start looking at your company and your game, and if your game is not making enough sales to make it valuable and worth it for us to give you 10,000 keys for your game, then we may deny that. And I suppose they're not in any real legal trouble or risk in saying that. I imagine contractually they can do whatever they please on their own store. I think it's mostly the idea they want to stop people making a game and then releasing it now through Steam Direct for $100 and then giving out 10,000 keys for free and trying to get people to rate it high to convince other people to buy the game that is just not actually worth playing.
My hand is too full.
So Pinball FX says, moving on with the news, Pinball FX3 is going to have almost complete crossplay. Unfortunately, we don't live in a world where you can have just complete crossplay because of PlayStation, as far as what all the news reports are telling me. So you can play the Windows 10 and the Xbox One version of Pinball FX3 with the Steam version. And you can play the Steam version with the PlayStation 4 version, but you can't play the PlayStation 4 version with the Windows 10 or the Xbox One version. And that's some insanity there. Almost complete crossplay. I yearn for the day when you buy a game on any system, Android, iOS, Xbox One, PlayStation 4, Steam, and it just works and it just plays. Also on Pinball FX3, while the vast majority of let's see, with the majority of the games on Pinball FX3 transferring over, there are 4 games that are specifically not transferring over. South Park, Street Fighter, Ninja Gaiden, Plants vs. Zombies, and Missplosion Man are not transferable. I think Ninja Gaiden might have been a PlayStation exclusive, maybe Street Fighter 2. South Park has no real reason, and Missplosion Man has no real reason to not be transferable, so I imagine the case there's that the licenses ran out. Kevin Wu says, why don't you run Inner Fire on that 22 guy? I don't believe I have Inner Fire in the stack. Where is it? Yeah. I think I may have taken Inner Fire out, as it just wasn't a card that I wanted. I wanted something else instead. I do have Light Spawn to do that automatically, but just in trying to get some lifesteal minions, I probably took it out. Like Acolyte of Agony or Dreadscale Knight, I bet both of those were potential cards that were added in the Knights of the Frozen Throne instead of Inner Fire. It's a little expensive to run one spell like Power Word Tentacles for +6 health for 5, and then Inner Fire, which is probably a 3 or 4 mana spell. Even if it's a 2 mana spell, you're talking a 7 mana combination to get it to work. We're almost done with the news, and this last news story, boy do I not want to report on it at all. I don't even know if it really is news. I wish there were more people in the chat to give me some feedback on this, and I'm gonna have to ask people that see this to let me know when we get to that story, because I don't know. Tactic Torn canceled the challenge? Okay. Well, then casual, wild, play some cards. Kevin Wu says I want to play ranked, please. Fine. That's perfectly acceptable. Like, everybody's got their priorities, and if you want to get as high as Kevin Wu is on ranked, you do have to put in the effort. He certainly helped in the difficult thing. It will be very easy for me to play priest cards. It would have been incredibly long amount of time to get beast victories. Nobody's given me any major feedback on the decks I've built from the Knights of the Frozen Throne, so some people helped with 1 or 2 as I was building it, but either people were uninterested or people didn't have anything to say. But I do feel like the decks I built are mostly good decks. We'll see what the statistics boil down to. The Sony PlayStation experience is Friday 8th to Sunday 10th of December in Anaheim, California. I'm not sure if there will be a live stream, and even if there is a live stream, I would have to get some feedback if people really wanted me to watch that live stream. Oops.
Face the light.
I should have attacked him, then healed him, and then made this stronger. I literally just told this guy I'm an idiot. I suppose as a video game reporter, I should go to watch the live stream and make a special instance, but then I'm a PC game reporter right now, so while PlayStation may announce some things for crossplay on PC, it's not even highly likely. Like, we're still waiting on games that would have been really nice to come out. And I bet I can guess what's going to be at the PlayStation experience at all. There's that new Uncharted game. They're going to show several games that were already shown at E3, and they're going to show some God of War footage. They're going to show the remaster of Shadow of the Colossus, and at most I bet they announce 2, at 3 maybe new games, if they announce any new games at all. There will be some small nods given to mobile NVIDIA games, depending on how much they want to focus on the Japanese things. They'll probably do a pre-show with all the Vita games and Japanese style games. Ni no Kuni 2 will probably be mentioned either in the pre-show or the show. Depends on, do they want to focus on the West or not. And they probably would focus on the West because Tokyo Game Show would have been where they announced the Japanese games. Kevin Wood comes on. To be honest, it's pretty hard to make a new unique deck that works well. If you really want to get high, I recommend just copying decks that are working well, like Jade Druid or mid-range Paladin. I've been trying Jade Druid, and I'm missing cards, and I just learned how to copy things using Hearthstone Deck Tracker and the websites to figure out just the way you do that. Mid-range Paladin is a new one to me. I haven't heard that one, so I'll see if I can find that deck and see if maybe that is something I have the cards for. But it's a 50-50 situation when you're just gonna copy the top meta decks, because then I'm really just doing the same thing as everybody else. And as a person who's streaming and trying to make it entertaining and just trying to keep themselves entertained, if I'm just copying all the meta decks and I have 18 decks of the meta decks and I'm playing against everybody else who's playing the meta decks, I think that niche has been filled by so many other players. I don't particularly aspire to be a Hearthstone only streamer that is always making it a legendary rank 1, 2, or 3 each month. I'm trying to do something slightly unique, but Kevin Wu is also very right. Like, you kind of have to play the meta decks because everybody else is playing the meta decks, and Hearthstone needs to eventually address this and probably do something random to fix it. I don't know what they could do short of a gameplay mode where half of your deck is constructed and half of your deck is random cards, or I don't know what you do, honestly. Now right now I'm not playing particularly to win. That's why I'm playing on casual instead of ranked. I'm just playing to play cards. This deck should win, but yeah, as you can see, I've played it once and it has a 0% win ratio. And now, sadly, we are getting to the story I don't want to talk about at all. I don't know if this is news, and this is certainly news about a new news article of Rydo creating the news instead of reporting the news, which is bad reporting. Like, rule number 1, don't make yourself a part of the story. And that's exactly what happened there. So let me try to be as fair and objective about this as possible. The brand new editor of Kotaku UK, Kotaku UK, which is a separate sister site to Kotaku for whatever you feel about Kotaku. I think in general I don't like them, and they tweet too much stuff to interest me, and they seem to be more of an advertising arm than an actual criticism arm. But the new editor, Laura Kate Dale, just got this job, and she immediately posted a article that is self-admitted as bad. It is a bad article by her own admission, about how in Twitch, particularly in Twitch IRL, there is a growing problem of harassment where people are coming on streams and harassing people, and people are just rebroadcasting streams and talking over them and harassing them and making fun of them. So, like, rebroadcasting streams and not doing very much criticism probably would fall out of fair use. That would be a hard thing to prove, and unless there's just a basic Twitch rule that you can't rebroadcast other Twitch streamers, I think that would probably be allowed. The problem is that all of it is called harassment, and harassment's not particularly an illegal thing, and it's also sadly subjective, because you can say somebody's harassing you when they say something that's slightly critical, or you can say somebody's harassing you when they show up at your doorstep with a flaming bag of poop, like, or worse. The bad article she wrote centered around a woman streamer who is claiming to be harassed, which, okay, I can see that. It's certainly not unheard of for females in general to get more attention. They enjoy it in both ways on Twitch. You can clearly see that a lot of Twitch channels get a lot more views when the girls have their cleavage in shot, and when girls are playing. The whole gamer girl cliche is often just often a very successful way to get more attention. And when you get more attention, some of it will be negative attention. So it's almost a 50-50 split, I would say. And honestly, if you're streaming anything, you're asking for attention. So you've got to learn to deal with the negative attention in the same way, as while recognizing that you put yourself out there to be seen in the first place. People on my channel certainly have seen that some people do just come on the channel and try to troll me, and they just say I suck. In fact, I was thinking, nobody has really said anything that awful to me in about a year. Things that I would just think were direct personal attacks that have nothing that you can help with. I was getting a lot of that in the Kerbal Space program because the audio sucks, and I still get that, but you know, I've kind of forgotten all about it. So I'm personally, on YouTube at least, very happy with the experience. Harassment does happen. You just have to deal with it. It happened when I was a little kid in kindergarten, before the internet was a thing for most people. It happened when I was in high school. It has always been happening. People harass people. It's a human problem that I don't know if particularly is growing, particularly on Twitch. And so that's the first part of this story, and there's multiple parts to the story, and it's really just a mess. But the first part of the story, I have to ask people, have you seen, do you believe harassment is getting worse on Twitch? Now, the articles found 25 instances of harassment. They reported all of them to Twitch. It seemed like Twitch didn't do anything according to their articles. Maybe Twitch doesn't care. Maybe Twitch has just grown too big. Maybe Twitch is is following its own rules, which are kind of weird, but the authors and Kotaku UK just doesn't like the way they are enforcing the rules. Inherently, it doesn't feel like they would be happy until anybody whatsoever that every single person they accused of harassing them was banned from Twitch completely. And that doesn't help Twitch, and it doesn't help any Twitch streamers any. Now this article, to get to the second part of this article, and like I said, this is a mess. The second article in a series of articles they plan on doing, they bring in John Bain, Total Biscuit, and ask him about it, and he says and that is the actual badly written article, but honestly I imagine both articles are probably written pretty badly. And they ask him if he thinks if harassment is increasing on Twitch in the past couple of weeks, and he says yes, and okay, he does stream on Twitch. He's kind of a credible source. Unfortunately, now you have a video game critic interviewing another video game critic to make an article. None of this really has much to do with video games. It's very adjacent. It's at best it has reason to be mentioned because Twitch is a video game streaming site, but honestly it feels like they're just creating a problem. And part of the thing with why I don't want to report this story as all is nobody else is talking about this. Nobody is touching this with a 10-foot pole yet. So it's not one of those news stories where Giant Bomb over here, Kotaku over here, IGN over here. That very possibly may be only 2 or 3 companies owned by the same mega corporation. But I've only seen this on Kotaku UK so far, and nobody else is talking about it. Maybe it's because it's brand new, but I'm not seeing it on PC Gamer. I'm not seeing it on Eurogamer. I'm not seeing it on Gametsu. I follow all of those on Twitter. Not nary a mention of an increase in harassment. So it feels like they're kind of just seeing something there or creating a problem that is no worse than it is anywhere else, and kind of impossible to fix. Like, you can never fully eliminate harassment because harassment is always a moving goalpost. Like, we're never gonna get to a society like Demolition Man where everybody is completely nice. Even if we had boxes on the wall that were fining people every time they cussed. It's just not in human nature. Is human nature to joke. It's human nature to criticize. These elements are never going away.
This hurt?
So that's part of it. Is they interviewed somebody who's a video game critic instead of interviewing, say, somebody who is not a video game critic that doesn't have kind of a conflict there. Total Biscuit's been around. I'm sure some people have some problem with it, with him for some things. He's very opinionated, and I'm sure people don't completely agree with his opinion, so that also adds to this dumpster fire. And again, I guess that's the second part of the story, and I need to ask, was it fully appropriate for them to interview Total Biscuit and have him make himself a part of the story and have him be the person reporting that there's more harassment going on when he clearly seems to have a vendetta to say, yes, there's more harassment going on. Like, if I was working, streaming on Twitch, and people were irritating me, I would almost certainly claim that that harassment was up.
I will purify
Just to try to influence Twitch and give more control to me. It may very well be the case that in Twitch you don't have the ability to ban people, but that doesn't seem realistic at all. All of this really boils down to is, like, if somebody's harassing me on YouTube, I can block them. I can block them almost instantly, very easily, and I will never see them again. So unless somebody is actually going to tell me that people streaming on Twitch cannot block people, then there's no problem. Now, part of this is that the people who are restreaming channels and harassing and targeting people, they say they're getting all of their fans to go raid the chat and harass them together. Easy enough to fix, honestly. Either you shut down your chat or you block them all. Like, that's all you have to do. If somebody raided my chat right now and there was 1,000 people saying mean things, you know what I'd do? I'd just go, alright, I'm going to start blocking you. Block, block, block. I'd stop playing the game and just block everybody. And people would get the message real quick and either leave or risk getting reported and blocked. And I wouldn't write an article. I wouldn't report that harassment has gone up. I wouldn't do anything. I'd say YouTube, as much as it helps any other developer, has given me the tools I need to do to fix that situation, and I fixed it on my own. And I would just handle it. And maybe inherently this is a case of people not wanting to handle their own literal business where they make money, and instead trying to get somebody else to do it for them. We're not in kindergarten. Nobody here that should be watching my stream is in kindergarten. We don't need a teacher looking over us telling us what to do. We should all be mature adults. And if somebody's not a mature adult, we at least on YouTube, I have the skills to eliminate their influence on me. So yeah, that's part of the story. Unfortunately, Laura Kate Dale is not only a bad article writer, she also has bad memory and bad research skills, apparently, or at least she's claiming, because she put this article about harassment and focusing it certainly against harassment against women right on the exact day anniversary of the tweet that started Gamergate. And it is clearly in her apology article the stance of Kotaku UK, whereas even Total Biscuit argues that this is not true, but it is 100% the stance in the article. They say of everybody at Kotaku UK that Gamergate was a 100% harassment campaign against women. And the phrase ethics in journalism was not even spoken, and that is exactly what anybody who was on that side of the Gamergate label would claim it was about. And it kind of centers immediately right back around the ethics in journalism, because this new editor, in her almost first instance, has decided to start a campaign or fight again and refight Gamergate, which nobody uses that phrase. I wouldn't recommend even people who supported it as an ethics and journalism argument would use that phrase, because it's been just turned into a different form of calling somebody a Nazi when they really aren't. It's just been muddied. But it's certainly a fight that she stumbled into herself, that Lord Kate Dale. And that irritated a lot of people. And it's still going to irritate a lot of people. Now, I'm not 100% certain because it's been a long time, but I'm pretty sure it was Kotaku USA. One of the employees at Kotaku USA was sleeping with one of the game developers and then also writing a lot of articles praising the games of that game developer. So that's where Gamergate, to my understanding of it, started. And they're trying to refight it, and they did a sadly far too successful job in saying it was a bunch of just sweaty neck burials that hated women and didn't want women in video games, and literally the video game industry refused to even mention the part about, oh no, this person did not tell people that they were sleeping with the person, that they were writing articles about their product and promoting their product. Completely unethical behavior. I believe that at least one of them was cheating on their spouse, if that makes any difference to people in the meantime. Instead, they just kind of changed the story over and over again, and I see a lot of this in political news reporting. It sucks. It's a lot of yellow journalism, is the phrase, where things are slightly changed so that they don't have meaning. I could use more modern references in the news, but I'd prefer not to mention the more things that are happening. But a very basic example is the phrase that you may have heard: one man's terrorist is another man's freedom fighter. So, like, many times in the news, a freedom fighter will be called a freedom fighter if they are fighting some country that news reporter doesn't like. But they will be called a terrorist if they're fighting against a country or a regime that they do like. So take that for what it was. And that's another part of the story. I don't want to get too much information about Gamergate, but if I've said something completely off there and you can really show me some facts to prove it, I guess give me some feedback there. Like, I don't care to hear you if you're just going to make a personal claim that no, it really is all about harassment. Undoubtedly, there were people that did want to harass people, and trolls. There are trolls everywhere on every side that use the Gamergate title and made it look dirty. Made it look like that. But that's not what I understand the movement. That's exactly what Total Biscuit says, too, is that it really is about the complete unethical actions that are often taken in the video game industry. The things that would really stop me from ever wanting to work in the video game industry is because they don't even admit to themselves that sometimes what they do is wrong. They don't even see it. They are so self-obsessed and absorbed that they think they're perfect and that they're just being harassed. And I think that's really what it boils down to, is like any criticism of the things you're doing that are actually should be criticized is just harassment, because your own ego, for a lot of people, cannot be cannot be bruised. But as I see it, and that's why I prefer the phrase ethics in journalism, because you can't really muddy that too much. There should be ethics in journalism. You shouldn't be getting free games and not disclosing that you're getting free games. You shouldn't be taking free vacations to Rome for the new Assassin's Creed game and then rating Assassin's Creed higher because of that free vacation. Okay, and moving on with the story, that, man, it is just a mess. The final part of this is where I can't even get much detail about, but Laura Kate Dale is now claiming to be harassed as the writer and starter of this whole mess. And I see on her Twitter account there's a bunch of people supporting her, but I cannot find any evidence. So either she used the tools that she apparently didn't know existed before to block all those people who were harassing, or that's not good enough for her, the fact that she moderated her own Twitter. But I don't see anybody on her Twitter right when I looked at it, and I looked really far down there saying anything negative to her. All I saw was a lot of people supporting her, and a lot of people do like her. Fine, fair enough. But so any evidence of this harassment is not being reported as in a news report, which also just kind of shows that she's a terrible writer. Inherently, this theme is coming back and back, and she shouldn't have been made lead editor of any site if she can't do the basic reporting. And this is probably a problem with a lot of video game reporters, is they have no reporting skill, and I am probably one of those people. Like, I was never trained in journalism, never took any class like that. I probably am really, really bad at reporting things. Almost certainly. I'm probably doing a bad job reporting this right now. But if she was being harassed, you couldn't take a few screenshots, blur out a few names, put it on the screen, take some of the milder things or some of the worst things, show people that are questioning whether you're being harassed any more than anybody else. None of that's getting reported. It's worth pointing out that Laura Kate Dale is a transitioning male to female transgendered person. That really doesn't have anything to do with anything in the story, but it might affect her mood and how people interact with her. Her perspective on life, I guess, would be a better phrase. So I've managed to not mention that because it really doesn't matter. Comments are disabled for both the main article with Total Biscuit, and all the comments are deleted, and also the apology letter that came out rather quickly afterwards. But there's almost no facts in this story, and I guess that's why none of this is getting reported by anybody else. I spent a ton of time trying to do some research here, trying to see what's going on, because this all just kind of started in a backwards motion for me. I saw that Jim Sterling, who does the Podquisition podcast with Laura Kate, and I've said many times Jim Sterling is a drama queen. It seems like Laura Kate too might be, and I mean that, I guess, in the nicest way possible. But all I saw that was she was being harassed, and I thought, oh no, had she been attacked? It seemed like she might have been mugged in an alley or something at the beginning, and that's where I thought the story was going, and I had to keep digging and just struggling going back and finding the articles that people are even referencing, because they're not really even referencing it. It's such a common tactic to just say the people are bad and then not link to any footage or article or anything they've said. That way, whoever is listening to your story just kind of has to take your word for it or move on. It's really playing to the least informed of the populace, and a lot of that seemed like it was going on. There was not a lot of referencing. A lot of it was Twitter too, so linking back is not something that really happens in Twitter or citing sources. So to recap this mess in the story, it starts. Laura Kate Dale becomes the new editor at Kotaku USA, not UK, not USA. She immediately writes an article about women particularly being harassed on Twitch, which women do, I will fully agree, get more attention, both positive and negative, and that's just always going to be the case. They benefit from it, and they suffer from it in the same thing. She immediately says it's a growing problem, which I don't honestly believe. I'd like to see more citations here on there being a growing problem of harassment. Like, if somebody told me right now there was a growing problem of harassment on YouTube, I'd be like, it's not growing. It's the same level it's always been. But she claims on Twitch it's growing. And then from that point, she immediately does something to restart the fight for Gamergate, and she seems to have been the first one to put the phrase Gamergate in any post, official post. So she brought it up in her apology letter when she could have not mentioned it at all and just stuck to the facts and said, look, I made some mistakes, and there were two sides criticizing the Total Biscuit article that saying there's more harassment on Twitch. One, that the article wasn't very good and didn't have very many facts, which is definitely the case. And then on the side thing, it's the 2016 Ghostbusters movie argument all over again, that the claim that people didn't go to see that movie and it wasn't a huge success because people don't like women, and it's just not the case. People didn't go see that movie in droves because it wasn't a good movie and it didn't look like a good movie. And any remake of a classic like Ghostbusters is not going to work without the famous actors. And then after basically trying to refight Gamergate, something nobody's even talked about, or I've heard anybody talk about in a long time, she's claiming she's being harassed. It's like, you entered the... It feels a lot like she entered a bar, she said, I'm going to fight all of you MRFers, and then as soon as somebody stood up from the bar and said, what'd you say? She goes, I'm being harassed. Help me, help me. To put a crude reference there. My suggestion to Kotaku UK and Kotaku in general, man, one more priest card, darn it would be either retrain her if she can be retrained so she can actually write articles and be a good editor. But, I mean, the editor is pretty much the person in charge, so she's going to drive the whole direction of your web page, and she's already immediately driven it into a bad place. So, retrain her, reposition her, or get rid of her. I mean,
The light shall bring
that
victory.
there needs to be a major shift. You need to focus. All she needed to do on her first few weeks was throw out some softball things. All Kotaku UK needs to do is review video games. So she could have reviewed Hellblade Susuna's Sacrifice, and that would have been it. And there would have been probably no controversy. But almost her first act was to cause trouble. It may have been planned. It very possibly may have been their desire to start off with a bang and controversy, try to move Kotaku USA UK, I keep getting confused, into being like a trash a trash website that just puts a bunch of clickbait and drama. Maybe that's what they really want to do. And video game review drama, not fun. Well, I'm done with that article, that report. I didn't want to report on it at all. I spent hours and hours yesterday agonizing. I went through all of Total Biscuit's latest co-optional podcast. He didn't even seem to tell anybody or bring up anything about this article, but instead teased it till the very end of the news section, which is almost at the very end of a 3-hour podcast. And all he really talked about was reiterating his claims that he's been seeing more harassment. And even on this optional podcast, his guest was saying, is this something new? I haven't seen this. I haven't heard this. So even his guest, who also streams on Twitch, was confused about this. So I mean, I guess Total Biscuit kind of had to double down on what he said, or just stay silent about the whole thing. I imagine he's trying to stay out of it because it seems like Laura Kate cannot stay out of it, is trying to make it worse. And I imagine the story could easily just blow up even more. Like, maybe in a week or two this story does start getting reported more and more. There was another story of Tokyo 42 where they made a fake Twitter account accusing themselves of stealing the copyright of a fake old game called Tokyo 41, and then they went to all the press people and told the press that Tokyo 42 is stealing their game, trying to get some kind of viral marketing. And it seems like the first company that did any research and wasted a bunch of time looking this up said, no, this is fake, that they're just lying. And instead of admitting, you're right, we're lying, we were just trying to get some advertisement, they put out a second press release saying the first news people that found out they were lying were wrong, and it's totally happening. And I'm like, oh, wow. Talk about unethical, just blatantly lying to sell your game. Actions. That's not in games journalism ethics, that's in games publishing and development, and they haven't had ethics in a long time.
Scuttle the ship. X marks the spot.
So, at this point, about 2 hours into gameplay, I have played all the daily quests. My Nightbot chat app is not working at all, so I don't know what would happen. Let's see. Oh, I see. I see what went wrong here. I didn't follow the instructions, right? And because I didn't follow instructions, right? I never allowed it to do what it was supposed to do. Alright.
Must choose quickly.
Amazing.
Come on, phone.
You incur my wrath.
Still getting a lot of clicking when I play Hearthstone, but I don't hear it any other time.
You incur my wrath.
So, we're done here. And I can play one ranked game, I feel, and then I probably need to move on. Rank standard 19 with my Murlocs. I just want to kind of show what I've been doing on the few times.
Versus Rexa.
Let the hunt begin for Doomhammer.
So, here's my Murloc deck. This is what I've been doing, trying to get things working. And that doesn't work. Alright. So I'll do this. I'm gonna have to type in a long string. So you play this quest to summon Megafin, and then you play a bunch of Murlocs, and it wins pretty well. You can see it's a 12 to 11 win ratio, and that gives you 52% win. This is also a rather high number of games for me to have played, particularly since it hasn't even been a month. Normally, I wouldn't be that high, particularly since I've set it to not count when playing friends to do daily quests, and I don't believe it's even set to count standard anymore. So when I'm playing ranked now, for the first time for me at least, I am actually focusing on winning and not really talking or doing anything else. And I actually do win on rare occasions. Let's see. Of course, I may immediately fail. That is always a possibility. Murlocs you can pretty much trade like beasts. Particularly in this instance. Getting up to 10 to play Megafin. Megafin fills your hand completely with Murlocs. I also have some totems that give me some boosts. Flame Totem and let's see, the Primafin Totem, which were recommended, and ice fishing was recommended. And that puts a different series of what's the word you would want to say? It puts a couple different extra options in here instead of just being 100% Murlocs. And people told me and people taught me, so I'm listening to them to do that. Lightning Storm, for example, right now would be pretty good. I have this Alakai of the Wind Lord. It's a kind of like a Reno Jackson victory at the end. Lightning Storm would be nice right now. I only need one more of these though. So we play this. And then we play this. And then we play this. And we're done. And we have Megafin. There have been times when I played this where it's not just a instance of getting a quick victory by playing a bunch of cheap Murlocs, which is the majority of what I was doing when I was playing Murlocs before. There are now actual cases where this unlocks more possibilities. Let's go ahead and play a charge. Get rid of that guy. Explosive Trap. If it was Freezing Trap, that would actually be rather interesting. Playing the one like this wouldn't be terrible. Do I have any of the Murlocs that give other Murlocs +1/+1? Alright. Start with this. And that. And play that. There we go. So a lot more back and forth in this mid and late game that you wouldn't have. I wasn't experienced that before. This would have been a scenario where I was just guaranteed to lose.
Get down!
Summon 4 Murlocs. And then give them all extra health. And then attack.
Job's done.
So I defeated his explosive trap, or at least struggled with it. Play this and that.
far.
and that, and some other things, and he realized he was going to lose, and he conceded, and that happens pretty well. So 54% right now, playing that a lot more than anything else as far as trying to get up unranked in standard play. Maybe I'm wrong to be playing in standard play. I'd like some feedback on that too. It certainly wouldn't... If it's easier because nobody really cares to play in wild play, I would prefer to play in wild play. But I don't know. So I've got a rank 18 foot thing. Ideally, I'd like to get to rank 20 in rank play for the European and Asian accounts also, just so I get the card back each month. But that's a lot of extra work. Anyways, that's going to be it for this recording. Stay tuned if you're watching live. As always, I ask you to like, share, subscribe, comment, and watch every second of my videos. If you want a friend or follow me on basically any social media sites, there's a whole bunch of links down below. Thank you for watching. Have a good evening. Okay, this is going to take a little bit of time to see how this... see if this works. Let's see. And there seems to be some chat commands in here. I don't know what to do with that. Logs. It's working now. There's some kind of song requests and auto DJs that, well, apparently you can just play music. Nope, no thank you for that. Spam protection. I had to disable some of the spam protection. And so maybe I have to type that in to get it to work. Maybe I don't. Sync Nightbot to your regulars to a Discord role. Sync your moderators to a Discord role. Stream tip, display a new stream tip. It's a Nightbot. Muxy. Yeah, I'm still not certain how this is all working, but it seems like it's set up now. I just needed to log in on my computer instead of my phone. Alright, that helps that part. Let's quit over and go to the European server now, and then we'll get back into playing.
Busy night, but there's always room for another.
Hey, the upper reaches are now available. Thank you, game. That'll be so helpful. Let's see. Hey everybody, this is Rydo and we are back to another live stream of Hearthstone. So we have some things we want to get done on the European and Asian accounts. I don't want to spend too much time on it, but it would be nice to get more gold and focus on things like that. So I need to play priest cards. I need to get 5 wins with the Shaman and Warlock. That's almost certainly not going to happen if nobody is online. And nobody's been online. But I am at rank 20, so that means I could get a victory through the Tavern Brawl and get a card pack. I believe that this is the first Tavern Brawl I've ever done. Today is Friday, August 18th. This will start a little bit later. It wouldn't be terrible if we wrapped up a little bit early today. I suppose I need to look and see what the next game I even have to play is. I may actually be ready to play a Halloween game and start recording for October, which would be nice. I don't know how I'm gonna do November. Like October, November, and sort of December all align with giving me something different to think about doing, and that means a lot of extra work. Speaking of extra work, I'm trying out a new auto mod software that might work on the chat, so we'll see in about 30 minutes if that does anything. If it doesn't, then I didn't read the instructions, so it's my own fault. This is a good Tavern Brawl to play on the European and Asian accounts because I don't have any cards, so they're giving me cards that probably isn't a bad move. Each time there is a new Tavern Brawl, I'm going to have to decide whether it's worth my effort. Like, if it's something along the lines of build a deck and beat an opponent just by building a deck, that's probably not worth our time. But if it's we're going to give you cards and they're going to be random, then that might work.
Job's done.
I'm done with news. So mostly this is going to be gameplay. We're going to just go for 45 minutes and then I think we go to the muted post show. I know people don't like the muted post show very much, but there's an inconsistency right now as we're having slight growing pains where when I first started streaming there was nobody online to chat with, so I could get away with being muted. Now there's half the time somebody's online and half the time people aren't online. So when people are online and I'm muted, it's mostly probably going to be a case of me just chatting via text and chat, because I don't want to get in the thing. It's not just getting in front of the microphone. I've recently gotten a rather nice reclining, well, not reclining, but a fully adjustable bed base, and my chair is not completely comfortable, particularly after sitting for 3 or 4 hours, and so since I record in my bedroom, I just switch over a few feet to a very nice bed and still sit up, but it would sound very odd to people if I was talking to the microphone. I'd have to move the microphone, which you don't want to do, and I wouldn't sound right, and I'm out of energy, and I'm out of things to say when I go muted. People ask why I go muted, and I almost always tell them I'm saving energy. I've run out of things to talk about. It's easy to do that when your initial plan for this series was to
Greetings.
My initial plan for this was to only stream for 3 hours every 3 days, and particularly recently with the new expansions, Hearthstone has just gotten bigger and bigger streams. And the bigger streams do get more views. They get more watch time. They get more people to see my channel. But there's also some problems with that. Let's see. I wonder if the Nightbot chat could put music on. That would be interesting. If it could put music links in the chat, and then people could go click the link and listen to music, that would work. Because then it would just be a SoundCloud file, and SoundCloud can deal with the copyright infringement issues that might exist there. And I wouldn't be rebroadcasting the music on my channel.
I can wait no longer.
I'm not gonna win here.
Taste my blade.
But the one thing I was hoping this thing would do is repeat back to people when they said hello, because I do want to say hello to people, but I don't have time for it. I guess what's the value in saying hello when you've just automated a bot to do it? However, that argument doesn't really work as well for me, because I've gotten to the point where in my personal life I would almost prefer to talk to a computer-generated AI bot than deal with real people. Mostly just because real people are all so busy that they don't respond. It would be a sad statement, but that's the world we're going to eventually end up in, is everybody's going to be so sad and lonely they're talking to their fake AI friends on the fake Facebook. And I suppose if that does happen, the AI may eventually decide to make the AI friends challenge you a little bit and not always agree with you. Otherwise, it'll determine humans are too easily led around. It basically the Matrix. It's like the whole point of the Matrix movie was that the humans
I'll be just like you.
Job's done.
needed the real world to stay alive. They needed it to expect things, and they couldn't just put the humans in a simulation of a perfect world because the brain kept rejecting it. So they put them in a simulation of what the real world was like. This is a secret mage deck. I don't have any secrets to play. Let's see, it's 7:51 right now. I don't think anybody's probably even been watching since 6:46 when Kevin Wu went to play ranked, which is fair enough. I mean, it's important that I remind myself nobody was watching whatsoever when I pre-recorded these videos. And nobody pretty much watches the pre-recorded videos either.
I love omelets.
I need gold, but I need packs. So if I was going to pick one, and only one, I suppose I need to pick the
I sense your struggle.
immune this turn.
Job's done.
Oh man, I played that terrible. I thought this gave the hero immune. I wasn't reading it enough. Part of the problem is too far away from the screen. I can read the text, but it's not giant and flashing in front of my eyes. Let's see. Let's try this.
The elements will destroy you.
We'll come back and try it next time.
We hunger for vengeance.
3 damage. Give me the victory. So, this and then commercial. Did I misspell it?
I wonder.
Well, neither one of those seemed to do anything.
What to do? What to do?
See, this Nightbot app is not working. That's a shame. I want it to work. Support channel. Join channel. try this again. Copy. Paste. There we go.
What to do? What to do?
Commercial. Unfortunately, this command does not support YouTube at this time. Should you be so verbose as a...
Job's done.
Well, it got it.
Well played.
At least we've got...
Time runs out on me.
Where did all my secrets go? Oh, seriously? Did he... I don't have any secrets in this deck.
Smelly fish! Yummy fish!
Stupid. Why would you give me this card? Why would you give me a card that I can't freaking use?
Job's done.
We've got Nightbot posting, at least. So, from this,
My undead body.
let's see. Now's the time to fidget with things. Fiddle. Or fidget. I guess maybe either one of those would be somewhat accurate. Song requests, auto DJ.
I wonder.
The elements will destroy you.
Let's see. Play that.
Golems are a girl's best friend.
Settings. Use the lever, other one. Request a song, providers, Spotify, YouTube. Oh. Uncheck all. Let's only do YouTube.
Golly, Bob, howdy, I am undead.
Playlist, monster cast, or a channel. When your song request queue is empty, we pull songs for the selected playlist channel on your own playlist. Service provider. Limits. 20 songs, limit playlist user limit.
What to do?
YouTube. Limit to music. This requires YouTube videos to be from the music category. Limit to liked videos. Okay. And enable. Song request enabled. Request song. Great, you can enter a direct URL.
Time runs out on me.
Well played.
I need to get back to playing here.
Wanna see the voodoo I do?
Let's go ahead and click this link. Open a new window. Make sure that link actually links to the right channel.
Golems are a girl's best friend.
Excellent. Except for I messed up the chat. Alt left arrow. There we go. Playlist. Monster Cat playlist. Timers. Integrations. I think I'm gonna integrate some things. Dashboard. Let's see, recent events. So what are the commands that we can do? Poll regular songs. Title. Winner. Commercial was with 2 M's. Oh, well, I'm wasting time. Let's move forward. Playing with this Nightbot mod. So let's go ahead and remove that one. Message retracted. Played this. And remove that one. Message deleted. And remove that one.
Versus Uther.
I will fight with honor. I
And
will command the light.
Songs. Current delete list playlist next play. Interesting. This is very strange that you're running the commands in the chat.
Well met.
The music player, if opened, has been sent a play command. So none of it works the way you'd want. Oh, that's what I was hoping. I was hoping it would just put links to songs if people wanted to listen to the songs, which would have been pretty crazy.
Well met.
But no, it doesn't. So I could play music if it was my own music, and if I trusted for a second that YouTube wouldn't claim my own music as copyright infringing. So we'll just go have to disable that. Can we do anything to the regulars? Add user. Commands. Kevin Wu. Add him as a regular.
I wonder.
I'd have to know his exact. Wow. Okay.
I must move quickly.
That's gonna take more work than it's worth. Well, we're sciencing this. We're sciencing this stuff. And so you can't really mute Nightbot if you want him to do the timers, and that's about all it can do right now. It is in beta, so I imagine Nightbot will prove itself to be useful later. And now that there's a bot posting messages, I bet that might affect YouTube's recommendation, hopefully in a positive way, of my channel, my views. Let's focus on playing though. And see, people not looking at the chat are seeing absolutely nothing, so I'm wasting people's time.
Smelly fish! Yummy fish!
What is that card? What is this? Attack deals 2 damage to the enemy hero. This, that, and that.
Speak your peace.
Job's done.
Reporting for duty.
Friendly minion immunity. Discover a spell.
Job's done.
Need some wins. Need some people. People online. Is there a specific reason why people wouldn't be online right now in Europe? Well, it is Friday night. I would imagine they have social lives and they're out partying, if I was to guess. They might also be doing the Frozen Throne expansion, but no, because if they were doing that, they would still be online.
I'm drop dead gorgeous. I ain't nothing but a hound dog.
I'll cut you down to size. I sense your struggle. Fall.
Job's done.
So this guy has immunity, not Divine Shield. What happens if you give something with Divine Shield immunity and he attacks? I imagine you could have a shield on top of a shield. Well, we did 16 damage to the enemy hero. Slightly disheartening.
Jane versus Rexa.
Let the hunt begin.
You asked for it.
The legions I command.
The light protects me.
Destroy your opponent's weapon and gain armor equal to its attack. Why do more people not play this card? Probably because people don't have it.
I fight.
That sounds like a nice card.
Hey goons, over here.
I just kind of need to be certain that Nightbot isn't gonna over moderate or delete things, but I suppose if somebody posts something and they moderate it out, I should still be able to see what was deleted and make my own decisions on that. So, spend all your mana, deal that much damage to a minion, or play this,
What to do?
and then spend the mana. It actually doesn't make sense to do anything but this.
I fight.
It's a little bit of overkill, but playing another card for 1 mana that wasn't going to do anything didn't help.
Winter is here.
I wish I knew where all the clicking came from in the audio. Is this because I have the game running at 30 frames per second to get rid of the flickering of the mouse, which I think I finally did fix.
I fight.
Let's see. This. See, I guess I have to play this.
Ready or not, here I come.
Maybe we can just race for the face here. Also, I could maybe do more damage to the face and be crazy and heal him to 15.
Wolves stand ready.
I don't think I'd want to do that.
The feast of souls begins now. There's no look save.
2 damage to a random minion. Freeze it? Sure.
Job done.
Right now I have the commercial set to 30 minutes. 30 minutes seems like a decent amount of time. Right now it probably should be less time later when more people are online chatting. If there's 100 posts in between one commercial and the other, that's probably about the right number or a little too much.
Speak your peace.
I certainly don't want it every couple minutes. That would be crazy and annoying.
I bring life.
Dinner is served.
Did that work?
Winter is here.
I don't think it did. And it's not going to be any better on the Asian account. Banging your head against the wall. Trying to get this free card pack. Trying to get more cards. With more cards, then more opportunity to have better decks. Right now it's not even worth trying to make a deck because there's so few cards. I'll probably give it a week or more before I do this, but I'm also fairly certain I should do what I did in the European account on the Asian account. Disenchant any legendaries I have, use all of that dust to make a bunch of commons, one of every common, so you have some opportunity there. Honestly, I need to make weapons. That would be the right thing to do. Explore and Guru. Brawl.
One shot, one kill.
I don't think this is a good card to play out, honestly. Because if I have a bunch of discover cards, wouldn't I spend mana to discover them and then have to spend more mana to play them? So a late game strategy at best. Lifesteal minion in your hand. Do I have any of those? No. These random packs. These random decks. No synergy. Nothing interesting. YouTube is weird, certainly, on the times. Like, I really probably need a manager of some sort. Somebody that knows this is not the time to stream, this is the time to stream. So actually stream during those times, that would be like streaming in the evening on a Friday, probably not a good move.
I spread the master's will.
Streaming on a Sunday, probably not a good move. Streaming on a Saturday, maybe not a good move either. Perhaps most of the weekend is not good times to stream. Let's... Should we play Brawl this early?
Truth is found in death.
Job's done.
I kind of want to play this before this. Brawl, Rotface. See what happens. Seriously? Seriously, game? Seriously. If I play this with this and this. Maybe that would work.
The gates are open. Job done.
Ooh, you know what this works with? If I do this and just replace everything with this. I can play this and transform into a 3/3 and we can finally figure out what this means.
Tremble before Taldaron, mortals.
Oh, you transform somebody else into a 3/3. Interesting.
Job's done.
No, you transform into a 3/3 version of something else, okay? That card makes not the most sense. Okay, I get it. I guess.
The menagerie is for guests only.
So the Prince Taldaram seems to be able to copy other things. So I could have copied this, for instance, and played a spell. And then destroyed everything. Discover a card for 1 mana. Play this, why not? I need this guy eliminated. And these two eliminated if I was going to do Rot Face.
One for the boss, 2 for me.
Let's take a momentary break here and go to the solo adventurer and look at Ice Crown. And you have to finish Lower Citadel, so it doesn't even help. reevaluate what we're doing. We're trying to do 100 damage to the face, get 5 wins with the Shaman and Warlock, and play 30 priest cards. But more importantly, I want this card pack. I need this card pack. Every card pack with every Tavern Brawl is an opportunity to make these brand new accounts have any semblance of a chance. That being said, it's been about 45 minutes, so I think we're going to go into muted post-show play after this. I've run out of things to talk about and fiddle with. I'll deal with Discord and probably be talking about that. Interesting. That makes that easier. So, ideally, legendary, golden legendary. That amount of dust would be very helpful. Golden rare. Alright. Collection. Crafting mode. None of those were new or old. So we have one of these. We have one of those now. We have 2 of these, which I guess I could go and try to get rid of the basic duplicates. I could disenchant this for 5 dust. I have 80 dust right now. It's not really worth it. I can disenchant this. So we'll take that. And we've got a spell breaker for 5 dust, and I don't think it makes sense. Let's see, common in crafting mode. Let's see, create 1 for 40 dust. Some really cheap things for 40, or something older. We're looking at all cards or standard cards. I think you would make a mistake doing anything but classic cards. There's still classic cards that could be made. Like this pirate, for instance. Probably gonna want that at some point.
Blood and plunder.
Let's see, Wind Fury not as much an issue. But until we have 1 of each of these, I imagine getting non-neutral cards would make the most sense. So a couple 80 more dust and I could have all the commons of the classics of that, and then I could start saying, well, maybe I should make a druid deck and make that really powerful, a hunter deck, mage deck, paladin deck, try to get all the commons crafted. And 1 card pack did just allow me to get 4 more cards on top of the 5 cards I got, or maybe 8 cards in total. Now moving on, we need to play priest cards. That shouldn't be too difficult. Priest. Do we have a custom priest? No, we don't. Ranked play in standard play at rank 21 or wild at rank 24. We want to get up to rank 20. Let's play ranked here. Getting up to rank 20 guarantees us the card back. There's no other way to get card backs ever. So that's an important factor.
Anduin versus
Uh,
Gul'dan.
At least right now.
Your soul shall
Maybe that will
revive.
change later.
The light shall bring victory.
Let's see. Let's hold on to these two and get rid of the middle one. So my main goal is to play, but I'd also like to win.
The legions I command.
Is someone injured?
You can't lose stars at rank 21.
You are not the boss of me.
Let's see if I hit this
Right away.
and then do this, I can draw. And my guess is that's what this deck is sort of built around, is the idea of drawing cards. This is just the original standard priest deck. Alright. Play this.
Must cleanse the Sunwell.
Right away.
Attack and kill, end of turn. Move the mouse. I have so much videos I need to upload, honestly. I need to upload all of my
One shot, one kill.
most recent Hearthstone streams, get them off my hard drive and defrag my hard drive. I think it's necessary. I've uninstalled like all of the games I was kind of just holding on to, and I'd like to give it a nice defragment since I've filled up the hard drive all the way to 0 kilobytes left in editing of one of my live streams. Because, of course, when I was editing it, I was making a second copy of it. That's...
We must cleanse the Sunwell.
Which is better. That's better.
I'll give it a shot. It's 8:34 right now, and the last subscribe to my channel message was at 8 o'clock, so there should be another one, but it may be getting held back intentionally because the last one is still visible on this. It's too close to it. There's a limitation to stop it from just spamming the whole channel.
All realities, all dimensions are open to me.
Deal 5 damage to the enemy hero. How about this? And let's see if we heal this.
Right away. I'll give it a shot.
Let's see, I can do 5 more damage. I can do 6 damage here. I can play this.
What you want?
And this. And this.
Right away. I'll give it a shot.
I think I've got a victory here. And playing something like Medium Paladin or Jade Druid, even beginning to think about playing one of the top meta decks in this brand new account is laughable. You don't have any of those cards.
This time for sure.
All I need to be able to do is 4 damage. So let's see. 4 plus 3 plus
I'll give it a shot.
that. Oops. I wanted to do that and do a little bit more damage. Well, 4 of the 30 cards needed to be played. It's time now to go into the post show. As I say, this is the content that is boring because it's just going to be me not talking and playing Hearthstone. So if you want to see this, you have to come watch the live stream. I don't take down the live streams, at least right now. I don't. I have no intention to do that anytime in the future either. But yep, this is not going to be recorded, released as part of the recording, and I'll probably spend another 3 or 4 hours on it. That's it for the stream. For the people that are watching recordings, stay tuned if you're watching live. As always, I ask you to like, share, subscribe, comment, and watch every second of my videos. If you want to friend or follow me on basically any social media sites, there's a whole bunch of links down below. Thank you for watching. Have a good evening.
Anduin versus Thrall.
For Doomhammer.
The light shall bring victory.
One shot, one kill.
What you want? and loaded.
Time for killing.
Job's done.
Feel the power. Tazingo!
That makes
Job's done.
We must cleanse the Sunwell. Push forward.
Man!
I'll put it on your tab. Well played.
Push forward.
Anduin versus Uther.
I will fight with honor.
The light shall bring victory.
Job's done.
Get down! Out of my jungle! Out of my jungle! Out of my jungle!
my ancestors watch over.
Follow the rules.
Job's done.
Ungoro belongs to the Titan. Last warning.
Welcome here.
Job's done.
Follow the rules. Blessed be this funnel king.
Job's done.
You gotta pay up.
Ash to ash.
Job's done.
Brothers, heed my call.
Anduin versus Anduin.
The light shall bring victory. Light smiles upon the just.
Is someone injured? Right away.
You are the Shadow's puppet.
Right away. Right away. Right away.
Echoes are eternal.
You are the Shadow's puppet. You are the Shadow's puppet.
someone injured? Right away.
Well played.
Right away.
I wonder.
You are not welcome here.
Job's done.
The light shall burn you.
Job's done. Job's done.
You look dead tired. Come in, relax. Welcome to the Tavern Brawl! Valera versus Uther.
I will fight with honor.
Watch your back.
Golly, Bob, howdy, I am undead.
Reporting for duty.
Tremble before Taldaron, mortals!
Ride the polar bear express.
Job done.
Reporting for duty.
For Najata. It's playtime. You like?
This jungle hides many secrets.
Job done.
I'm bad to the bone.
Tremble before Taldaron, mortals!
Death
To the traitor king.
Job done.
Scuttle the ship.
An autograph? I suppose.
Stand on yours.
Job done.
Let me think.
You cannot escape the shadow of death.
Ride the Polar Bear Express!
Reporting for duty.
In death, I exact my revenge. In death, I exact my revenge.
Mind if I roll need?
Job's done. Job's done.
You are not welcome here.
Reporting for duty.
Anduin versus Jaina.
You asked for it.
The light shall bring victory.
Job's done.
Whoops. You win this.
Rexar versus Jaina.
You asked for it.
Let the hunt begin.
incredible discovery!
Such big teeth I have. The better to eat you with.
Come, midnight. Such easy sport.
An incredible discovery!
This no look safe.
Job's done.
The eternal hunt has begun.
Do not fear power. Fear those who wield it.
Job's done. Job's done. Job's done.
Brothers, heed my call. Brothers, heed my call.
Job's done.
You can't hide from me.
Come, midnight.
Rexar versus Morgul.
Let the hunt begin.
Such big teeth I have.
Only a fool rejects the Lich King!
Better to eat you. Oh dear. Better to eat you.
Job done.
Only a fool rejects the Lich King!
Give that minion a turn to get ready.
is to come.
Rexar versus Uther.
I will fight with honor. Let the hunt begin.
The legions I command.
The light dims, but we fight.
Reporting for duty.
Well met. Come, midnight.
Reporting for duty. Reporting for duty.
Such easy sport. Come, midnight.
I'll cut some down to size!
To my side.
Such easy sport.
Follow the rules. Reporting for duty.
The eternal hunt has begun.
sport.
By the holy light! By the holy light! Well played. Reporting for duty. By the holy light!
Such easy sport. Such easy sport.
Reporting for duty.
Such easy sport.
Let me think.
Gotta pay up.
Reporting for duty.
Job's done.
Reporting for duty.
Rexar versus Rexar.
Let the hunt begin. Bring it on!
Rexar versus Tyrande.
You give me strength.
Let the hunt begin.
The legions I command.
I fish bigger game.
Get behind me. I'll take it.
In the grand tournament, you win or you die.
You like? I'll take him out.
What is Elun's will?
Job's done.
Behold the might of Stormwind!
The dragons shall kneel before me.
Get behind me.
For the Alliance!
This jungle hides many secrets.
Job's done.
My dreaming ends. Your nightmare begins.
Tonight, a tale of terrible tragedy.
You have been measured and found wanting.
It is finished. You win.
Rexar, versus Maiev!
None can escape my fury.
Let the hunt begin. I wonder...
I ain't nothing but a hound dog.
Job's done.
Think. Think.
The gates are open.
Job's done.
The end is coming!
Farewell.
Job's done. Job's done.
The shadows beckon. Quickly!
The eternal hunt has begun.
Job's done.
Nice to meet you.
X marks the spot.
Nice to meet you.
X marks the spot.
Job's done.
Nice to
Vexar versus Jaina.
You asked for it.
Let the hunt begin.
You wanna cast a spell? I wanna cast a spell. Get behind me.
The eternal hunt has begun.
Someday I'll be just like you!
magic will tear you apart.
What you looking at? I serve the Fire Lord.
Whoops. My magic will tear you apart.
Rexar versus Thrall! For Doomhammer, let the hunt begin. Greetings, friend. Greetings, traveler. Greetings, friend.
Get behind me. get behind me.
Job done.
The eternal hunt has begun.
Job's done.
Garrosh versus Jaina.
You asked for it.
Victory or death!
Someone call for dinner.
Ready to ride! Taste my steel! Ruktar Ogar!
What to do? What to do?
Tadingo! Yeah!
For Najata.
They'll never know what hit 'em.
Job's done.
For the crusade!
Runs out on me.
What you looking at? Me smash. What you want?
I bring life and hope.
Handle it!
Garrosh versus Thrall!
For Doomhammer, victory or death!
Job's done.
Taste my steel!
Do you hear its call? Listen closely.
Tazdingo! Yeah, my steel! I taste blood.
Listen closely.
It's time for a lot of blood!
Listen closely.
The gates are open.
Steel!
Job done.
Oops, I broke a diamond.
Death is close. Taste blood.
Just me and Mr. Right.
What you want? What you looking
Don't mess with custom.
The Frost Wolves stand ready.
You call that a weapon?
Ready to ride.
Suck steel.